Ready? the live stream version to please follow the process on the website. But I will declare this meeting, the ordinary meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council, open. Thank you very much for your attendance. This meeting is open to the public and, of course, also live streaming. Can I thank those who are in the room with us today and also acknowledge everyone watching via our social media channels. Ladies and gentlemen, today, of course, this week is National Road Safety Week, and I think we've had some stark reminders of the importance of road safety in the last week or so with the tragedy that we've seen across the broader region. So for those who are watching, please be careful, and I know we as a council are doing what we can to make sure that we preserve your safety by road design and all those sort of things. In opening the meeting today, can I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands on which we meet today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabul, the Jarrawa and the Bigambul peoples. And can I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge and the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Well, obviously, councillors, there are no apologies today. Anybody requiring to record leave of absence? No leave of absence for the future? Okay.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Cole.
Just five seconds, Mayor, if I may. I'll get to...
Can you get a little closer to the microphone, please, Councillor Cole?
Yeah, I'm just checking on the day of the special meeting, which is...
It's Wednesday.
Wednesday. Can I put in a tentative leave of absence, please? I may be able to come. It's just family member in hospital.
Yep.
So,
what date is that, Councillor Cole?
that's the 26th.
26th. So I guess that the appropriate resolution was that you require leave of absence for that day.
Yes.
Do we have a mover, please? Councillor McMahon, a seconder. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Anyone else requiring any leave of absence? We move then to item 3, which is the confirmation of the minutes. Item 3.1, in fact, is the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 20th of April 2021. Is there a mover? Councillor Summerfield, you wish to speak?
If I could, please. Just in relation to the ordinary meeting minutes of last month, I note that the summary you provided, which was written before you, has not been added to the minutes. And I also wonder about the CEO's report, whether more information could be put in the CEO's report, please.
So the report that I gave last month was not added to the minutes? Okay. If we can just clarify that, please.
Councillor, there's an attachment to the CEO's report. Have you got that there, the confidential attachment?
No, sorry, I'm talking about in general business. The only thing that's in your report in general business is what you spoke to, but none of the other ongoing discussions after that.
They weren't on the agenda, and I didn't raise them, so I don't know what council wanted recorded.
I just think the things that are discussed should be recorded.
Well, the only things that should be discussed are those things that are on the agenda.
There's opportunity for us to ask questions of you that should be available as well, as we have been doing.
Well, usually the only items that are discussed on an agenda are the things that are actually listed on the agenda. And the only way that you can raise anything in addition to that, technically, is by seeking the permission of the council to do so.
Well, that hasn't been raised previously.
I mean, it's interesting to how do you record, how does council record what was discussed? Unless you sit down there as a council at that particular time, type the minutes down and get agreement around the room as to that was the issue and that was the discussion. Makes it very difficult to accurately record that.
I understand that,
Yeah,
thank you.
That's the problem.
Yep, I get that. So
Any
if we
other
could
matters
just add-
arising from those minutes that need to be discussed before we go to...
So if we could just add the Mayor's, thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Summerfield.
If we could just add your list that you provided
Yes.
at the last meeting.
Is that okay, Wendy? Just the list of the notes that I provided last time?
So we can't confirm till this.
Yep. Okay. So that's the item 3.1, the ordinary meeting of council held on the 20th of April. Do I have a mover? Those minutes be a true and proper record, please. A mover?
I'm happy to move with your report included in those, as was provided at the last meeting.
Moved by Councillor McDonald. A second, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Any discussion? Those in favour? Motion is carried. We move then to item 3.2, which is a special meeting of council held on the 5th of May 2021. All councillors were present. Anyone wish to move that the minutes of that particular meeting be a true and proper record? Councillor Carol Taylor has moved it. Councillor McDonald has seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. Is there any business arising from the minutes? No business arising. We move then to item 5, the presentation of petitions. Councillor Melissa Taylor, you've approached me regarding a petition.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have received a petition which I would like to present to Council this morning. We, the undersigned, as residents of Gulligal Street, Kingsthorpe, and ratepayers of Toowoomba Regional Council, petition the Toowoomba Regional Council to carry out repairs and construct curbing and channelling to our street. The so-called existing drainage is totally inadequate to cope with the storm or rainwater drainage, and I present 27 signatories on this petition.
Thank you. So in presenting that, Councillor Taylor, I'd assume you're moving that, receipt of that, seconder for that. Councillor Carl, thank you very much. Any discussion? Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to my monthly report, and it's been sent to you. It's online. It relates to the Defence Forces who were here for that exercise. It gives you some detail of what's been going on with the Council of Mayors in South East Queensland, including the Regional Waste Management Plan, which we approved here. It includes the attendance of the Enterprise Evening at Parliament House, my opportunity to speak to the Border Regional Organisations of Council, Border Rock, meeting last week, Upcoming matters includes the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors, which will be held in St George in July, of course, where we are currently working through the legal process around the Southern Queensland Inland and New South Wales Regional Water Alliance, together with a brief mention there of the USQ, awaiting the outcome of the One Nation Cooperative Research Centre, which will be quite big for the University of Southern Queensland. Any questions in relation to that? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mayor. A few. On page 1 of your report, the city deals, point 3 under city deals, you say the state tends to be slower to move owing to reluctance over progressing a long-term transport strategy. The upcoming review of the Shaping SEC regional plan may help. And when I read that, I thought, you know, the time really is now for passenger rail to be pursued when there's that second corridor in the alignment with inland rail. This is my understanding. And I wondered if you had any insight over what you've perceived from those meetings about a willingness to pursue that passenger rail to Toowoomba.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Von Hoff. That $15,000 that was raised by the federal government to do the study is now being managed through the Department of Transport, headed by Neil Scales. And I know that Mike Brady, our General Manager, is involved in that. But interestingly, at this point, there is very little elected members' participation. And that to me is disappointing, and that's the very reason I made the comment. I do hope to get Neil Scales and the team to town. I've begun to seek him out to get him here to explain to Council where we are with that, because you've rightly said that is a critical thing. And my personal view is that we need to get a dedicated passenger line that would make such a tremendous difference to Toowoomba. No, there's, well, maybe it's my impatience, but it's certainly not happening fast enough for me. Any further questions? Bear in mind, I'm more than happy to meet with you to go through any matters. Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mayor. Another one on page 2 of your report, when you're talking about the Olympic Games bid and the idea that the federal government and the state government want 3 representatives each, and that shrinks local government to only having 1, and the pushback from local government that we need 3 as well. I imagine that their thinking is that it's tied to funding, and if they're putting in, if the state and the federal governments are putting in that larger capital expenditure, they're entitled to a larger understanding as well?
That's my understanding, and of course the opinion and the feeling that's coming out of the Council of Mayors. This came out of, as you well know, a people mass movement study and getting some understanding of how we're going to move people around in the future. And then the idea was placed on the table by former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk for the Olympic Games. So I guess that's the feeling that's coming out of the Council of Mayors. Hey, just a minute, we were the guys, we were the individuals who got this happening, and we'd certainly like a bigger say, given particularly that these games are regional games, which is a new position for Olympic Games.
And then finally, Mayor, down still on page 2 of the report, when we're talking about the Water Alliance, I've got a couple of questions here. So you note that the secretarial role, it's likely that the secretarial role within the organisation will fall to one of our senior staff. And my question with that is, do we have any idea what work they'd be taken off in council, and the cost implications of that? And then also we're talking about the incorporation still being done. It's not complete yet. Do we have any idea how much we've spent to date on legal fees to get us to this point?
If I can just go back to the secretarial role, being a company limited by liability, legally it has to have a defined secretary or a nominated secretary. I would think most of the work will be done by the organisation. I have, in terms of how much it's cost us so far, we've been working through this through the Water Department, Water and Waste, and they would have more knowledge of that than I would have. But in saying that, there has been an application put forward by the Murray-Darling Association for $80,000 to cover that, and we await the result of that application. They're delighted at the fact that we are in fact forming an organisation of this kind, regionally and cross-border, and involving significant parts of the Murray-Darling. So they're very keen to support us on our journey, and that application has gone in, and I haven't got the outcome of that yet.
Would that 80,000 and all costs be shared across all members of the alliance?
That would be a matter of that money would be pooled in the company limited by guarantee to pay those costs. I have had a number of the two of the mayors come to me offering funding at this point in time if we need funding, and that proposition is still on the table until we just go that one more step and get this organisation formed and see exactly what cost it is. And I think there's a willingness among my colleagues, mayoral colleagues, to share that cost.
Okay, and for my final question, you state here it's hoped we will begin discussions regarding funding for a significant study over a broad area in search for a future water. And the state government has already committed $3 million to a water assessment. So why would the Alliance want to do an additional study when the state's already doing a $3 million study?
Because I think it would need a little more in terms of doing all the financial analysis and all that sort of thing. The $3 million is an interesting figure, and it's been an interesting journey. I don't know if you recall, but when it began, it was about Toowoomba Regional Council and the Southern Downs Regional Council. And I think given the fact that this alliance has been formed and it's broader, has given it a greater coverage. It now includes Western Downs, it now includes Gundawindi, and the mayors are attempting to meet with, in fact we're meeting next month with Minister Butcher, just to clarify that. And I think $3 million will not complete the study, it will not do the financial analysis and find out which is the better one for the Toowoomba region, the Warwick region, the Dalby region, the Gundawindi region. So I think the fact that we will certainly be chasing more funding to help us do a complete study to give us the answers as quickly as possible. I don't expect the alliance will last forever. I think the purpose of the alliance is clearly to identify a future water for this area that is viable and that is possible. And I think that then will mean, once that's done, well, we go on to another journey of getting that done, of finding the finance to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the, I've got a question, but following your discussion just then, my recollection of that $3 million study was for the Darling Downs, was
Yep.
how it was presented, which was covering much more than Toowoomba and Southern Downs. It was the whole Darling Downs. But my question was around Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors. Have you got a reporting mechanism in place so that councillors around the table could actually understand what's discussed at those meetings as well, please?
Yep. I think that was included in last month's report by me. Well, I'll certainly make sure it is. I'll get you a copy of the minutes. Those minutes are now up to date. And it's, Councillor Summerfield, it's quite surprised me at the number of people who want to present now and the work that's being done in terms of looking at railways, looking at tourism, looking at all those sort of things. I'm quite surprised, and I'm very happy about the way it's grown in recognition, and I didn't expect that to be the case. But by working together, the 10 councils in southwest Queensland, we're certainly hopefully you know, things like the railway lines, the two railway lines, the South West and the Western Line. That's going to be a major point of study, and together with that there'll be connecting roads to hubs. That's the plan of the South West Council of Mayors and Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors, and hopefully it will then attract funding. We are getting opposition spokesmen as well as government spokesmen coming to our meetings. In fact, we had that in Charleville.
Well, that's great news, and I think there is great opportunity in combining all of those and working together to try and get better outcomes. And of course, my particular interest was waste, and I know that's one of the things that's being discussed there.
Yep.
So just following up, sorry, I meant to ask earlier, how many councils have actually signed up to the Water Alliance so far?
They've all verbally agreed.
But I mean endorsed by the council.
I think it's 4. I'd have to check that with Dr. Paul Curry, but they have all verbally agreed and they're all more than comfortable to do it. We've got letters from them, but I can certainly get that information to you.
Thank you.
I won't guess it at this point in time. Any further questions? Not. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Von Hoff, and seconded by Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Right, we move to item 7, business which I may have that be considered at this meeting without notice. There is nothing in that nature. But ladies and gentlemen, today in item 8 we have a deputation from Lifeline Darling Downs, and if you'd like to come down to present, please, as I speak about it. Ladies and gentlemen, when we look at our community, the compassion there is in this community of Toowoomba, it's unparalleled. And one of the key players, of course, in all of this is Lifeline Darling Downs and the work they do. We're a bit... Derek couldn't be here today, but can I just simply say that whenever I see an issue in the community that needs, of this nature, that needs replacement, I immediately ring Derek Tuffield and bang, it's done. So to Lifeline and all the staff, and to you, Rachel, who at this point in time is acting CEO, to Margaret and Nathan, thank you very much for being here, and can I place on the public record my respect and my colleagues' respect and thanks for the work that you do. So over to you.
Thanks very much, Mayor Antonio. I would just first of all like to introduce myself. I'm Rachel Patterson. I'm the Acting CEO for Lifeline Darling Downs, and just give my apologies. Derek Tuffield was not able to be here. I'm sure that probably every person in this room knows Derek very well, and many of you will know him personally. I just wanted to thank the council, and in particular Mayor Antonio and Deputy Mayor McDonald, for inviting us to come and present at the deputation today. And I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we meet, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I don't want to take up any more time. I really just wanted to introduce the team. In 2020, we received federal funding to set up an LGBTQIA+ domestic and family violence program, specifically to work with that group in Toowoomba and the surrounding area. I would like to introduce you to both Margaret Martin and Nathan Anastasi to talk to you a little bit about, very briefly, about the program, but more generally about the visibility campaign as a result of some of the work that they've been doing in this area already. So I'll hand over to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay, so as Rachel said, we have started a new program federally funded by the Department of Social Services called Safe Connections Toowoomba. This program is an LGBTQIA+ support program for victim survivors of domestic and family violence. As a part of that program, we've been funded to do some community capacity building, because as far as we're aware, we are the only LGBT+ specific domestic violence support program in Queensland. We're starting this program from scratch in a very conservative town. So we are doing a lot of community capacity building in order to get the program up and running and for it to be recognised and to be a really good referral pathway. As a part of the community capacity building, we have created the visibility campaign, which I will hand over to Nathan to talk to you about.
Thanks, Margaret. So when we consulted people at the very beginning, what we heard was there's nowhere for gay people to be. We're hidden in Toowoomba. There's no rainbows anywhere, nothing. There's just a silence. And as so that's why we came up with the idea of having a visibility campaign. And we're doing such things as putting the cabaret on Saturday night, this Saturday night. People are welcome to buy tickets, of course. And also we are doing a lot of training. We've been out speaking to schools and to parents and out at the university and all of that sort of stuff. I suppose we're doing that sort of old-fashioned, you know, drumming up, not business, but drumming up some support. And this is what we want to invite the council in on as well. When we began at Lifeline, we're not immune to it. Lifeline is a very inclusive organisation, but we had to go through and do an audit, and it wasn't painful. Well, it was painful for us because we had to do it, but I mean, we've got a lot of things in which needed to be changed to make it more inclusive. So as an LGBTIQ person myself and part of the community, what I wanted to say is maybe you don't know, but when I first got here, which was only about a year and a half ago, I noticed that there were no same-sex couples walking down the street holding hands. There were no rainbow stickers. There were none of those sorts of usual things that you see. And that people are straight acting. I did find a gay person and I asked them, I said, do we do Pride? What happens here at Toowoomba? And I was told that I would be punched and kicked if I put a Pride event on in Toowoomba. So that is how the LGBT community feel here. I took that as meaning that it's dangerous for me to be out in Toowoomba.
So the visibility campaign works on two fronts. It's about working internally in our organisations, and it's about working externally in the broader community. So we know from the 2020 figures that Toowoomba Regional Council has about 170,000 people in the district population. According to the Australian Government's Human Rights Commission, we know that about 11% of Australians identify as being LGBT+. So that means about 18,000 of your constituents identify as being LGBTQIA+, and we know that's a conservative figure, 18,000. In your council, in your employees, you have 1,652 employees. That makes about 170 of your employees will identify as being LGBT. So if you were to adopt the visibility campaign, you would be we would be asking you to work internally in the council to create visibility. And it's exactly what it says, visibility. What that will look like for you as a council will look different from what it will look like for Lifeline. We are here to help you. We have community capacity building capacity. So we really would love to be able to talk with you further. If you are wanting to delegate a person to have those conversations with us, that would be wonderful. We know that you are doing some amazing work in this area of anti-bullying, inclusion, diversity, and we really want to help you and build on the work that you're already doing with a really specific LGBTQIA+ focus in that area. Deep breath. Some of the things that you could be doing as a council would be would take very little resources and very little time. We're not asking for extra money. We're not asking for anything that's big and fabulous. So, for example, yesterday was Ida Hobbit. Ida Hobbit is a very big day in the Rainbow calendar. It is the International Day against homophobia, biphobia and transphobia. So, for example, the Bathurst Council put a row of trees and they had some fabric wrapped around the trees in the rainbow colours. That was it. And it makes a huge, huge difference to the safety, the mental health, employment, education, tourism, social issues. Just by doing that one simple thing, we know that it makes an enormous difference. We would love to see maybe council do some rainbow steps at the library, or even just endorsing the work that Lifeline is doing with the visibility campaign means that the council is shown to take this seriously and care about this 18,000 of their constituents. Is there anything else you would like to add, Nathan, to that? Yeah.
Just so what happens when you feel under threat like that? Because I know it's a kind of silent thing. What you do is you spend your day at work monitoring yourself. So make sure my hands, I don't have too many hand gestures when I'm talking, because people might think I'm gay if that's the thing. I don't kind of discuss what television shows I watch. I don't want anybody to pick up on that I might be of that persuasion. I don't let people know the kind of music I like. It's really exhausting. And it means that on the weekends, I don't go out to the beautiful and wonderful markets and spend my money and do that kind of thing. It means that what I do is I need to rest because I'm tired. And I worry because I think what I have to do to keep myself safe here is put a big electric gate in my front yard. That's what I think I have to do. And so I'm saving for that. But really, I want to be a member of your community. I want to be a part of it. And, you know, I think you should want me as well. I'm working at Lifeline. I'm a giving person. I have great ideas. Well, maybe not. We'll have to see. But the thing is, I'm a community member and I want to contribute to this community, to make it my home too. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other comments from you?
I'm open to questions if anybody has any.
Well, thank you very much, the three of you, for coming in today. Any questions from my colleagues? Councillor Shine and Councillor McDonald.
Okay. You mentioned that council could do some internal work, meeting with its staff. Could you just touch a little bit more on that?
Yeah, there's lots of things that you could be doing. Putting pronouns on email signatures doesn't cost anything. It really doesn't take any time. I guess the thing about putting pronouns on emails is that you need to have also be doing the work, so it's not just a tick box thing. It's not a superficial thing. There needs to be safety underneath that. One thing that we're doing a lot of work is community education. We have a lot of community education going on at the moment. Nathan and I have both been trained to do LGBT inclusion in organisations, so we'll be really happy to come and do some training. We particularly feel that your front-facing staff need training. Both Nathan and I have had less than positive experiences with some of the council's frontline staff just because they're not educated, really what that comes down to. Wearing rainbow badge, just having rainbow posters in your front-facing, public-facing places. Look, I'm really happy to have further discussions with you about this. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Councillor McDonald now.
That was exactly the question I was going to ask, actually, just to elaborate on that, so it's fine.
Councillor Megan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much for that. I think, we talk about inclusion in lots of different areas in council and diversity and the richness that it brings to your staff. It's disappointing, I guess, that we didn't know about Ida Hot Day yesterday, I suppose, because we have in the past lit up the Victoria Street Bridge, and that is symbolic of the support that in the region. So I guess it's a two-way street. I guess we need to be asked about things like that as well and informed. So
Yeah.
thank you. Let us know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you think about the training, please just give us a call at Lifeline, and we can put it in our diaries and make sure that happens for you.
I also just wanted to let you know that I've put the Lifeline bags on your table. If you didn't get one, please let me know. We've got heaps more back at the office. Inside the bag is a copy of our visibility campaign. Please read it and decide whether it might be something that you'd like to come on board with. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor von Hoff.
Thanks very much, Chair. Through you. Nathan, I was really concerned to hear your experience and what you were told, and I'd like to hope and expect and think that that's not reflective of who we are in Toowoomba and the region. And I wonder if it goes so far as, I don't know of this, but do you know of any gay hate crimes in Toowoomba that have been reported?
Yes, and I'm of the understanding that we don't have the reference though, but I'm of the understanding that Toowoomba's got the highest hate crimes in Queensland towards LGBT people, and often don't get reported. I have a young friend who I've said, why don't we do some protesting together or something, and he has said he's been hate crimed in Toowoomba so often that he's now just too afraid. He just wants to leave.
Just with that reference, we're working with the university, and it's come up anecdotally that we're still waiting for the empirical results of that to be able to cite and reference that. So at the moment, it's just an anecdotal understanding that we have.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if you could, not necessarily here, this is all live streaming, but provide council with examples of how you were disappointed with your interaction with our customer service centre, because if we don't have those examples, how are we to know what we should be doing better? So I think if that could be provided to us on an email or something on the dates that it happened, so that we can actually review the recording that was done and understand better how you've been impacted and what we can do better.
I think that's a great idea, and thank you. We will do that. I'd also like to let you know that we're speaking to the Chamber of Commerce, and we are going to put on Pride on November 6th, so we would also invite you to be part of that. Kicks and punches included.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? We'll look to Rachel, to Margaret and Nathan. Thank you very much for coming in today. This is an important part of our meetings when we get an understanding of the issues in the broader community, and be assured that we as a group of councillors, elected councillors, representing our community are keen to know that sort of stuff. But we do really appreciate the work that Lifeline does, broadly speaking, in this community. And as I said, I've got Derek on speed dial when I see something, and it's just amazing how quickly it happens in Lifeline. So, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul, and I just want to thank you very much. I know this is sometimes still in our society, and particularly in Toowoomba, this is not a subject that we always embrace to discuss openly. So I just want to thank you for being willing to hear what we have to say this morning. And in particular, I really want to make mention of Nathan has shared some quite personal stories here, and I really want to acknowledge how difficult that is for someone, and imagine what it would be like for one of you to share some of your own personal trauma stories up here in front of a whole group right now and publicly. So I really want to acknowledge Nathan for that, and thank you for taking the time to listen to us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of my councillors, thanks very much. Councillors, we move now to item 9, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. The first one is item 9.1, planning and development. Is anyone wishing to take any matters out of that? If not, is there anyone wishing to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Megan has moved that. Councillor Bill has seconded. Any comments? Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to water and waste, item 9.2. I understand there's an alternate motion?
Yes, if you could pull that issue, and I'll move the motion now or at the appropriate time.
Well, I think that's the way we can consider it, yes.
Mr Mayor, can I just ask, have we got the alternate motion?
Well, it has been supplied last week. It was last week. And
Oh, the original.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the one we debated
Same
last
one,
week.
That's all right. Sorry, because we haven't got a screen now, so.
Oh, I see. I'm happy to read it out at this stage. Yeah.
Yeah, you should.
Okay.
Should read it.
Okay. That council receive a report at a future Water and Waste Committee identifying costs for a suitable location or locations to conduct a trial on bulk curbside collection in the 2021-22 financial year.
So you're moving that. We'll open that up for debate. A second to Councillor Megan. If you wish to speak, we'll open that up for debate.
At this stage, thank you. In moving the motion, I intend to address the objections raised by some councillors last week and those set out in the officer's brief. If after considering the proposed report, I propose the trial and the scheme, if adopted, be based on the true and tried, successful and extremely popular scheme that operates in Townsville. Contrary to information supplied by a council officer, I was informed yesterday that the Townsville system is booking-based, but residents in certain areas can only access bookings on certain days, that is, one suburb at a time, or in their case, divisions. An indication of the popularity of the scheme is that it is booked up to the 30th of June this year. My information further is that there are no particular concerns regarding safety and scavenging. Likewise in Brisbane, BCC's curbside collection scheme has been in place for many years, although delayed recently for 2 years as a COVID financial measure. According to the Lord Mayor, Adrian Skrinner, over the last 10 years, there has been a 40% decrease in the amount of recyclables being placed into the general waste scheme. Brisbane's experience is the same as that of Townsville. And in fact, the suspension of BCC's curbside collection scheme has resulted in an increase in illegal dumping of rubbish. Whereas where bulk curbside schemes operate, they have actually seen a reduction in the amount of illegal dumping. In response to the suspension of the BCC scheme due to financial impacts of COVID-19, waste management experts slammed that decision. For example, Waste Management Group Boomerang Alliance Queensland Director Toby Hutchin said the approach would be contradictory to the aims of both Council and the Queensland Government to reduce waste being dumped in the environment. Waste Management and Resource Recovery Association of Australia Chief Executive Gail Sloan said, "You will definitely see a rise in illegal dumping." Now, last week, Councillor Carl had a problem with, as he put it, 75% of people, or ratepayers he may have said, would end up subsidising the 25% who used the scheme. I ask councillors to consider for a moment the worth of that proposition. If it has credence, then surely the same logic would apply to the attendees at our pools, our libraries and our art galleries. And we saw the figures a week ago of the numbers there, a great deal fewer than 25% of the population. And I would ask Councillor Carl how he'd react if that proposition was advanced concerning those who use, for example, the Highfields Fitness Centre or the gym. Why should 95% of Highfields ratepayers subsidise the probable only 5% of residents who use that facility? The point is the scheme I'm proposing, if the report supports a trial, is not in any way discriminatory. It, like the pools, the libraries, the art galleries and even our gyms, are accessible to all if residents choose to do so. As to cost, what I'm proposing is a investigation for a trial, say at the, let's say at a Toowoomba suburb, pick what you like, but my suggestion would be Harlexton or North Toowoomba, Mount Lofty for example, and a regional town, as I mentioned last week, say Cambodia. Assuming for a moment the officer's brief is correct, and an on-call or option 3 for 2,500 properties would cost $500,000. But this, of course, is what a report would verify, whether that's correct or not. So let's limit the trial to 2,500 properties. And where is the money to be found? Well, I refer councillors to tomorrow's finance and strategy briefing materials, which I presume we all have. Now, because of our system that we are refraining, we cannot reveal what's in a confidential discussion or minutes of, or a briefing paper concerning such a discussion. I'm precluded from going into the details there. But I do ask councillors to look at page 2 of that brief under carryovers, and looking at the conclusion of that section, if councillors do the sums, they'll find the dollars necessary for the trial. Likewise, a similar sum could easily be located from what I consider to be the many vague estimates set out in the water and waste program. As to the effect on small business, that was raised as well. I have no objections, if council require it, for these services to be offered by way of tender. Thus, private enterprise will not miss out. Of course, it might impact on so-called cash businesses, but it's not our job to protect tax evaders. Time doesn't permit me to go further at this point, but I do encourage colleagues to show respect to the will of our people, clearly demonstrated in the officer's own brief, and that is the survey results.
The Speaker against?
I just have a question.
Question. And then a Speaker against.
Just a question, if I could, Councillor Shine. I just want clarification that the motion is simply to have a report come back to this council to assess the council's willingness to take part in that trial. This is the first step for officers to come back to us. So we're not making a decision to run the trial. We're making a decision at this moment to bring back information that we can further consider a trial.
That's
that correct?
Absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Yep. A Speaker against, Councillor Carl.
A question, sorry. A question first.
A question from
Please.
Councillor Bonhoff.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Shine. I just need a little bit more detail to what Councillor McDonald just said. So I've got your motion here, your proposed alternative motion here. So the report would come back to council, and you were talking about some parameters around that report, 2,500.
That's my suggestion.
And suitable locations, because we know that some locations in the city aren't. We've been told that that's not viable because of bluestone curbing and that sort of thing. So all of that would be taken into account in your report, in the report. Is that your understanding?
That's mine. So to further particularise what a trial would look at and how much it would actually do cost, and where would be appropriate places to undertake it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I question?
Question.
Thanks, Chair. Before we speak for and against, I'd just like a few questions to Councillor Shine. Regarding you want to do the study in one area as opposed to your motion. I'm just a bit concerned about study in one area. Should we bring the idea in? It's still going to have to be offered on an equitable basis to all towns and cities across Toowoomba. I'm wondering if this study on the associated costs in one area may be, one of the ones where it's cheaper because the houses are close together, but as opposed to one of the small towns in Toowoomba region that may want to have equal access to this. I'm just wondering if you could clarify, even though we're doing the study on one area, how this might play out in future for the whole of Toowoomba region, keeping in mind that all residents are of equal value in that.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. I think the idea of a study would be to indicate to us what the difficulties might be and the associated costs might be for undertaking studies, not just in a Toowoomba suburb, and that's why I mentioned Canberra. It need not be Canberra, it might be Yarraman or Millmerran or whatever. But to try and give us better information as to what the scheme might look like, and particularly as what it might cost. It would probably go into the availability of businesses or individuals who are prepared to partake as collectors of rubbish in those country areas as well.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure, I would imagine that there would be quite a number of people, small businesses or individuals, who would welcome the opportunity to participate in, from a commercial point of view, in undertaking those services.
And follow-up, Chair, if I may. Councillor Shine, I noticed your well-written speech concerning Townsville, and there was options of an opt-in and also of a small cost to the individual. I think you talked about. Are they parts that you would happily have in the report, or did you want to amend the motion to include them specifically?
No, well, I don't think I didn't want to indicate that Townsville people pay. I don't think they do. I
Sure,
think it's,
sorry.
yeah. But, you know, whatever alternatives the report indicates would be available to us to consider before the trial is undertaken. That would be a matter for
So
our
if the
decision
report
down the track.
that were to come before council were to include things like the opt-in system and payments, you'd be...
Yeah, it could be as wide as
Yeah.
The officers think it would be appropriate in order for us to make a sensible decision.
Yeah, sure. Final question, thanks, Chair. Just concerning, we've already had a lengthy report on this, and I just wonder the perhaps maybe through Councillor Shine to our operational staff, the time that it would take to write such a report and the burdens placed on our employees. It has, in your conversations, has any idea been given to this?
No, well, no, not specifically, other than the fact that, as the report indicates, the scheme of one sort or another operates in 6 of the larger councils throughout Queensland. One assumes we don't have to, you know, reinvent the wheel, that councillors would have access to material from those other comparable cities throughout Queensland, which might lessen the process.
Councillor, question, Councillor Sumfield?
If I could, please, Mayor.
You'll get a go in a moment, Councillor Bill.
Sorry, Bill.
Keep writing notes.
So I just wanted to clarify, Councillor Shine, are you questioning the validity of the report that's currently before us, or you're just adding to it?
Well, I'm certainly not enthusiastic about the report, and I made a comment last year when we did discuss this in a session here, that the report, indicates all the reasons why we shouldn't have it and none of the reasons why it would be a good idea, despite the fact that a subsequent survey which they undertook, and why they undertook it if they didn't, usually you don't go to the expense of conducting a survey unless you think, well, we'll be guided by it and implement what the results of the survey would be. So no, I disagree with the report, but that doesn't mean that's invalid in that sense. But I'm surprised by it when it certainly isn't the experience that I've ascertained yesterday from Townsville and the quotes I gave in relation to Brisbane itself.
Thank you. So
I'm
just
surprised by it, that's all.
So you're not querying the subject matter within the report, just the way it's written?
Well, the report expresses a number of opinions about, for example, the hazardous waste on footpaths and scavenging and various risks. Those sort of issues are not, I would suspect, are not experienced by the other, or some of the other 6 cities, and that's why I have. That's why I disagree with the report.
Okay, well, we'll conclude the questions, and Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Mr Chair, for the opportunity.
Councillor Carroll, did you have a question?
Sorry, yes, I did, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
We keep, sorry, councillor Bill, I did have my hand up. I'm sorry, councillor Bill. But 600 people answered in the affirmative out of 170,000 people. So that's what we're talking about with this survey. We had 1,000 who replied. 60% of those are, or 900,000, 60% of those were in affirmative. So that's 600 out of all of our ratepayers. So I think, you know, I'm not sure that everybody shares the enthusiasm that we keep thinking that the survey has brought back to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Mr Chair. For the same reasons I stated last week, I'll speak against the proposed amended motion. But additionally too, just picking up on a couple of points Councillor Shine raised specifically, booking-based approach to the proposal. Costs are costs, whether it's a booking base or whether it's a mass approach to an uplift off a curbside. And that is, no doubt, was more than adequately covered by the officers in their costings in the confidential part of the report. So whether it's a booking base or not, costs are costs. And I do tend to agree, and was going to raise the matter that Councillor McMahon raised around picking winners across the region. Remember, I stated last week that this is a diverse region. Please do not compare us as a like for like with other larger regional authorities, a number of which are coastline based and heavily urbanised. To a far greater extent than this region, and they don't have the same logistics as part of their waste strategy to consider. So the average, whether it's a pickup, a booking request, or it's a mass approach, the costs are averaged, I would imagine, as per the officer's report. 40% reduction in recycling, I'd like to address that, and I do have some, albeit might be dated, knowledge from last term as being part of this portfolio last term. I would be very cautious in a generalised statement like that, considering this local government, as many other local governments, employ numbers of methods to reduce recycling to landfill. The officers quite clearly stated to us that this pickup would come at a greater, that waste was to be further sorted at another location to prevent whatever ends up on the footpath from going into landfill. That's pretty much seems a common sense approach and would be fairly reasonable to consider. The point was raised by Councillor Shine about a comparison to Highfield swimming pool and waste. As I stated last week, and I'll state again, please do not compare an essential public health service with the risks that the officers clearly articulated with a community service obligation. It is a person's free will to participate in a service provided as a community service obligation, and I think it's a pretty poor approach to apply the same methodology, that reasoning, to an essential, critical service around public health. It's more about, and I draw on my past knowledge of this portfolio, it's more about adapting people's behaviours around waste generation and minimising, not making it easier for people to produce or dispose of their waste in a manner that is at a cost, a greater cost to other waste producers. If we want to talk about equity, we are all generators of waste. As far as private enterprise, there was a mention made. My past experience around private enterprise, sitting around strategic boardroom tables on this subject last term and in other prior terms in another portfolio, private enterprise may just well view their world through their prism according to what they think is a good deal as far as waste as a source of revenue. We are charged with the responsibility of equitably providing a sustainable service to our region's residents as best as we can sustainably into the future. And I think for now, well, it's the only opportunity, so I'll take a brief moment. A survey, I understand that the survey methods are employed quite frugally and sensibly at our waste facilities to collect some of that data as well. So there was a question about validity of survey. I would trust in the fact that the officers who we employ and are credentialed to be able to decipher information that comes back to them in a manner that is transparently presented to council for their consideration. To suggest anything else, I don't think is really respectful of the officers and the way they present something to in a report to council for consideration. So in closing, I stress, please do not compare us to a Brisbane, a Gold Coast, a Sunshine Coast, a Townsville. For a start, critical mass, let me explain what I mean by critical mass. The volume of waste we deal with equates to a dearer uplift per mass of waste, per kilogram of waste, however unit you want to measure that in, because of the logistics that are thrown into having to handle that overall waste strategy and how we employ that sustainably for our residents.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. The Speaker for. Councillor
Excuse me, just before you do, could we hold the vote? I've just got to go. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I need to vote.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask a question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Councillor Shine, his words that he's not enthusiastic and he's been surprised by some elements of the officer's report. And by my notes, I think the safety hazards, the Townsville experience and the Brisbane support from the Lord Mayor are the 3 points in particular that stood out to me. Is it appropriate to get a comment from the officer in regard to some of those issues?
Yes, I'm planning on bringing an officer forward at the end of the discussion. Any brief questions?
It might be appropriate to do that now while we have a break, if that's possible.
Matt, if you wish to come forward, that we may well get a comment from some of those who have gone out. They've missed Matt's discussion. Happy to do that. It's probably not of interest to everybody, but when I drove out to my real home on the weekend, I drove up this quiet country road, and here's a pile of great big mattresses right on the side of the road. Whether it was done for me specifically or what, I don't know, but somebody had just dropped the mattresses.
That was Councillor Shine. He just put them there.
I wasn't terribly sure who to ring, but General Manager Nick Hauser got the first call early Monday morning to know what the hell we do with it. But anyhow, did you do that, did you?
Thanks for your support, Paul.
Two king-size mattresses, Councillor Shine.
If we had this service, you wouldn't have come across it.
But anyhow, it's a lonely bush track, and I suppose if you were wanting to get rid of something, what better place? Matt, over to you. Councillor Summerfield, I had indicated I would be bringing Matt forward at the end of the discussion. We haven't ended the discussion, obviously, but Matt's coming forward to give us a few points.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. So I suppose just to address a couple of the points that have been raised this morning. The first is around the survey. So I think it's probably important to note that the survey itself was not specifically around a bulk curbside collection. The survey was to develop our future waste management strategy. So the responses to, or the questions relating to bulk curbside were certainly included there at the request of council. To assist us in this decision-making process. But the primary intent of that survey was to gauge a much broader understanding of people's perceptions of waste with regard to things like recycling and organics and education and a whole range of issues. So certainly that survey did play a part. The other point I'd make around the survey is that while we did have strong support shown in that survey, we didn't have a similar level of support in the survey for payment of that service. So while people said, yes, I would be happy to receive a service, when the question was, how much are you willing to pay for that service, there is a very big gap between what people would be willing to pay and the actual cost of the service. So that's really where there is a gap that would need to be funded by the broader rate base. In terms of the other comments regarding other councils, certainly if you talk to different people in different councils, there will be different perceptions. I'm basing the comments and the points in the report are based on discussions with council officers at those councils who are obviously going to have a different perspective to elected members in those councils. Certainly, communities in other parts of the state who have this service are very happy to have the service. They see it as a benefit to their community. But as I made the point last week, a lot of those services have been in place for many years. And I think if they were assessed on their merits today to be introduced where they weren't currently in place, it would be quite a different conversation, and it would be a stretch to sort of say that it would be well supported by those councils if they were in the same situation as us. That's probably all the main comments I have, but I'm happy to take further questions.
Are there any questions?
Question, just a quick one.
Councillor McMahon, then Councillor McDonald.
Here you go.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Matt, for coming to the podium. Look, of course, a curbside collection would be great. There's no denying that. I just wonder about in any, community consultation, if we say, would you love this service for nothing? As if there's going to be too many people who say no. I think, of course, you're going to put that down. But regardless, the motion that Kerry Shine's brought for us, Councillor Shine, is that a report come to a future committee identifying options and associated costs for a suitable location to conduct a curbside trial. Your report, and I feel like we're sort of re-going over last week's report on page 91 of board books in the agenda meeting for last week, is that you've got a number of property service, 2,500, which would cost council about $500,000 with a service of $170 per service. I'm just wondering if Councillor Shine's motion was successful and a report came identifying, a location and cost, would it be actually any different to option 3 that you've already presented to us? Is there anything more that you can add?
So if I'm correct, if the motion today is carried, I would return to a future council meeting and actually put forward specific suburbs or parts of the region that would be serviced under this trial. And probably the only other thing would be to seek clarification from council as to whether or not they wished for there to be a fee associated with that service and the type of service provided. So the report has mentioned it would be an on-call service where we would charge $30 per resident. If the motion was passed, the future report would basically clarify those aspects to confirm the type of service, the level of payment required by the resident, and the locations in which the service would be offered. I may also include in there some information around how we would assess the success or otherwise of the service pending the outcomes of the trial.
Yeah. And thanks for that, Matt. And follow up, if we charge for this, do we then have to do the study regarding commercial competition and where we stand in regard to private enterprise?
No, I don't believe there's any requirement for us to assess that. We do have under our local law the entire region is classified as a domestic waste collection area. So as such, we have the ability to do so, and we don't need to fulfil any competition policy requirements. However, that could be, if council wished, we could attempt to have a look at the impacts, but that would probably be very difficult to quantify.
Councillor McDonald, you had a question before?
It's
You
been
wrote your name down.
It's been answered.
Been answered?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Okay, is there a speaker for? And Councillor Megan, you were quite happy to speak for.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think, as I made the point last week, it's disingenuous to sometimes take in the survey results when we do a survey and sometimes disregard them. So we've surveyed a certain group of people, 918 of them, 913, and 68% said that they would like to have a domestic bulk side curb service. So then to sometimes say, well, if people knew how much it cost, they don't want to get it, but that's true of everything, you know. So our job, sitting around this table, is to prioritise what we think is a reasonable service to subsidise. So we subsidise lots of things, and so it's a matter of priorities. You know, a live music strategy might not be important to someone else, or a health and wellbeing service might not be important, or council cabs, lots and lots and lots of different things. So overwhelmingly, we have a result that tells us that people would like to at least explore this as an option, and yet we choose to ignore it. So that's my first point. My second point is, I don't know why, apart from the geographical differences between us and other councils, why the danger or the scavenging would be so different for us to other councils. I don't know. You know, they obviously find that's an acceptable risk. So why are we so different here in Toowoomba? And Mr Mayor, you made the point about the illegal dumping, and that's what we're trying to avoid. People who aren't able to get rid of tyres, mattresses, lots of other things. And so out on these country roads, we see a whole heap of stuff just dumped there, whereas it could have been taken away in something like this. But Mayor, my point is that unless we explore this, unless we go to some sort of trial, it's one point of view against another. So it's what the community wants. So let's have a look at it and see how it goes. If it doesn't fly and we don't think it's a priority, then, you know, we don't go ahead with it. But until we trial it, we don't know.
Is there a speaker against the motion? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I think the discussion today highlights how important it is for us to get our survey questions right, because as Matt just explained before, there wasn't a question in there about how much you're willing to pay to have this service if you did want it. And I think, and it's being used. I mean, the survey results are being used. So this is why it's really important that we get our survey questions right, because we do use them for debate around the table. And I think the fact that we haven't actually necessarily asked the right question of the residents is enabling debate which may not truly reflect the thoughts of the residents if they had to pay a fair bit of money for the service. But aside from that, the waste services were introduced to communities as a health initiative. It's all about protecting people's health. That's why your waste is taken away from your residents, so that you're kept healthy. Curbside, that's a community service. That is not core business. And for those that have been here since obviously some have been here longer, but I've been here since 2012, and core business is a term I have used regularly. Council needs to stick to its core business. And that is not picking up people's curbside rubbish because they are either unable to take it away and without paying somebody to do it, or they can't do it themselves. So we need to stick to our core business. This is why we constantly, during budget discussions, have blowouts and people get cranky because there's not enough money to go around, because we dabble in things that aren't core business. And we need to stick to core business.
Thank you. Now, that's the Speaker against the motion. Is there
I got a question to the officer, if I may.
Mayor Paul, can we just correct the record there? There was questions in relation to the willingness of people to pay a certain sum, and they nominated that in the survey. Just correct the record.
It was $30, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
was there another question? I'll take a Speaker.
It was just that clarifying that it wasn't.
Okay. Thank you. A Speaker for the motion.
Doesn't reflect the true cost.
Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I do support the motion put forward by Councillor Shine, but also I think it's important that we recognise what the motion actually is. So I know we talked a lot about what suburbs or what areas or how it's going to be done, but I mean this is essentially to come back to a report to investigate the possibility of bringing in a trial. And from there we have our officers that would be able to deliver that. So I mean that's the point we're at the moment. Are we willing to go to the stage of having another report on this to investigate the possibility of a trial? I know this morning, that's the first point I'd like to make, Mr Mayor. I know we've spoken a lot this morning just around this survey and the results and the questions of the right nature. How does one decipher that over something or another? It's a small number compared to the actual number of residents that we have, and that is most certainly correct. But it's still, I would suggest 913 responses is a pretty strong return on a survey, generally speaking, that we've seen for certain topics. We used recently the Millmerran pool. Was 300 odd responses, smaller catchment, I understand, but still, if you work out the percentage of people that represents per number, I think the 913 is a strong indication. So, respectfully, in regards to what questions were asked, I don't know the exact questions that were asked, but I think you can decipher them from the outcome. So 68% said they support it, so that's just an initial, do you support the service? 70% of those preferred an option of how to do it. So there was obviously a question of if you do prefer it, what's your preferred option? And that was by street. And then also, I understand again that the dollar figure is probably, there's a gap between what it does cost, but 58% indicated they'd be willing to pay up to $30. So there's obviously a wide variety of questions that were asked around the topic, and I think we see the outcome for it as well. And the other key thing that comes back to me is that, to me, 68% of residents through this particular survey responded that curbside service would ensure a decrease in the amount of waste sent to landfill. So that aligns perfectly with where we sit in terms of that waste management strategy, which is again is a decrease in waste to landfill. So I think there's a lot in that survey that shows us where the community sits on this issue. We talk about the community being on a journey with us they've indicated here that they see this is one of the key ways in terms of a decrease of waste sent to landfill through the caption of this particular survey. And finally, we are a service delivery organisation, so a deliverer of service. So this is our public that we've gone to survey, ask key questions about how they'd like this essential service delivered, and we've had 68% that say they support it. And again, 58% of that percentage have indicated a price point that they wish to pay. So for me, I just think it's an option there where the numbers, those stats there show that there's a willingness for this to be looked into. I totally respect the position that the officers have taken on it. I understand the position that they've taken on it, and definitely take that on board. And that's why I think Councillor Shine's motion that we go to another report to investigate, is this possible, the cost it could be around and how it could be implemented is a key to this. So again, not put the horse before the cart before the horse. This is where we're at. Can we look at a report that indicates, can this be introduced on a trial basis? That's all that we're looking at here, to come back to a report, and I can support that.
Okay, is there a speaker against the motion? Further speaker against the motion?
I've got a question, if I could, to Matt.
You can ask a question.
Could I ask a question of Matt? Sorry, Matt. So, Matt, how much more detail? This is quite an in-depth report. How much more detail would need to be required to satisfy the requirement of Councillor Shine if this was to be passed?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe that a future report would essentially focus on one option. So if Council passed a motion that said that they wanted to proceed with further detail on option 3, I would simply base a report around exactly how option 3 would be implemented and the detail of that, including how it would work, the level of sorting. Councillor O'Shea raised before that a large proportion of the people surveyed would only want to see a service implemented if there was an increase in reduction from landfill. And so I guess, the report would talk about how we would achieve that and some of those logistical specifics.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question? Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Question.
Thank you. We've gone round and round in this, I know, but a question to Matt, if I might. A curbside collection on its own doesn't do recycling. The quickest and easiest and cheapest way to do it is just to pick it all up. So if you were going to do recycling, you would have to send 2 teams out, one to take the recycling and the other one to put it into the back of the truck, as happens when people leave stuff out on the curb now. So this isn't necessarily of itself a curbside collection. I suggest that there's another layer of expense there if you're going to try to maximise the recycling from those things that are left out at the curb.
That is correct. So basically there'd be 2 options. One would be to send multiple teams to each location, one to collect recyclables and reusable materials first, and then a second that would just go straight to landfill. The alternate would be to pick everything up from the curbside, take it to an off-site location, sort it, and then separate your waste in that regard, both of which are obviously going to be more expensive than simply picking up and taking straight to landfill.
Thank you. So that's the cost that's there is actually perhaps not inclusive of that extra, or there was a mention of it, wasn't there?
There is a mention of that, and we have incorporated some costs associated with that, but we could investigate that further with a future report.
So what's there actually is just a predictive cost assessment, not a fine look at them.
We've got very, very little information to go on at this stage. Yep.
Councillor Shine, would you like to sum up, please?
Yeah, no,
briefly?
thanks, Mayor. I won't go over the grounds that Councillors O'Shea and O'Hara Sullivan have mentioned to save time. But just an answer to some of the questions or some of the issues put up in relation to Toowoomba being different from Brisbane, which it clearly is, and different again from other regional towns, but there are similarities, and one of the biggest similarity, I suppose, is that Toowoomba has 80% of its population living, Toowoomba region has 80% of its population living in the city of Toowoomba, in or near the city of Toowoomba. So it's a pretty obvious comparison there. Councillor Summerfield mentioned about the need to stick to core business. And, I can understand that, and at times different issues I'd be persuaded by that. But it's a bit of a long bow to suggest that this type of rubbish is different from roads, rates of rubbish type of rubbish. And and for the ordinary people out there who don't have the expertise that the councillor might have and the officers might have in relation to, years of work on waste, they would, I think, in the normal course, regard that type of bulk rubbish as being part of the core business of council. And to say that that's not, and she didn't say this, but you would have to assume that she would be in favour of the art gallery or the library or the pool or the gym. I don't want to verbal you on that, but I presume you might be. To argue that that's core business but curbside rubbish is not, I would think, difficult to convince people about that. I would like, if this gets through, for the officers to look really closely at Townsville on a critical basis, but on a fair basis, to list the pros and cons, and the expenses and how it operates up there. Apparently, it's, from the council's point of view, it seems to be they're happy with it. Now, it may well be that some officers don't agree with it. Maybe all officers don't agree with elected personnel, but we are the ones that every 4 years have to go to the people and have to explain, in this case, why we ignored a survey that we undertook ourselves. And I know some comments have been made that there's only 600 people. My experience of surveys is that's a pretty good result out of 900. It's hard to get people to I don't participate in surveys when I have the opportunity, and I think most people here probably don't either. So it was good that we got that number, and I think it is a good result. And I know as councillors, we would be really conscious if this were 3.5 years' time, or if this were 3.5 years into our term, we would be really conscious about how this is going to play out from the point of view of our constituents. And to go to them and say, look, we ignored what your survey, what you want, is brave, courageous as might be described. And I don't mention that from the point of view of a promise or let alone a threat, but out of actual fraternal concern for ourselves as well as representatives of the people. I think we've really got to say, as representatives, can we agree to a further study that will give us more particulars about the options that might exist? That is all we're considering. We're not considering a very expensive, possible very expensive scheme. We're considering a study to see whether a trial should be implemented. And, so I'd ask you to bear that in mind as you vote.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Well, that concludes the debate. I think we'll move to the vote. Councillor Shine has indicated that seeking a further study into this matter, which I guess I think it's reasonable to assume that this subject may come up regardless of the vote today in the future. So we put Councillor Shine's motion. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion is carried by 6 votes to 5.
I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask for a division or not.
Well, I guess we move now to a second motion, the acceptance of that report with that amendment.
Mr Chair, you can ask for a division on that, surely.
Division, we can ask for a division.
On that vote, that was a vote for that particular committee, and then it will go, that particular motion.
Yeah, please do ask for the division because the
there was a
results
question
will
from the
probably speak
councillor,
for
so
themselves.
That's precisely what I said. We go now to the committee report, including that motion.
Well, there's only the one item anyway.
Brian?
Division of the vote.
Don't have to do any more, Brian's assured me.
But I do want my vote recorded.
I do too.
Mr Mayor,
record the
I'd just
division.
like to say I'd like my vote recorded because
Yes.
when we don't have a footpath or something because we've got a shire-wide collection, I want the community to know that I didn't support this.
Please, yeah,
Okay,
I concur with Councillor
let's
Shine.
record the division. Those in favour of the vote? Councillor McDonald, Shine, O'Shea, Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Tim and Councillor Rebecca. And the balance were the other way. Sorry? No.
I think the inevitable will come to light.
Just by stealth.
Okay, that concludes the Water and Waste Committee report. Thanks, Matt and Damien. We move now to item 9.3, the Infrastructure Committee report. There were no items there. Can we have a move of that report be received, please? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to the Environment Community Services Report. Once again, there are no items there. Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McMahon, those in favour? Good. Then move to Finance and Business Strategy Report. Anyone wishing to take any matters out? There's numbers 3 to 7 there. Anyone wishing to take any of those out? If not, would someone like to move that report be received? Councillor McDonald and Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. And we move then to item 9.6, which is economic development, where there are no matters discussed. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Megan, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Right. Councillors, we move then to item 10, which is the monthly performance statement. Councillor Carl, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. So presenting the Executive Performance Report for the period ending 30th of April as per Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. If we look at page 21 of 53 of board books, the April implications are spelt out there. So we have water rate notices were issued in April with a due date of the 25th of May for payment, and also the results of the February budget review finalised and adopted for the April ordinary meeting. So the results of the budget review are reflected in the budgets and actuals. If we move on to the consolidated financial performance statement, page 26 of 53 of broad books, you'll see that all rates and levies have now been issued for the full financial year. You will note that there is a $1 million variance there with budgets and actuals. So there's a couple of reasons for this variance. There is payment due date is not until next Tuesday, the 25th of May. So 10% discount applies to anyone that pays on or before that date. So the gross amount is showing in that figure that is, but the net amount will be once the discount has been taken off for anyone that's eligible. At this point in time, we're tracking very well. 31% of that rates levied have been paid in full at this point in time, so tracking very well. Also, we surprisingly saw an increase in water consumption for the second lot of water rates notice issued for the year, so slightly higher consumption than we had anticipated. And moving through the report, interest received, it's the only component of the operating budget not tracking at the moment, and as we're all fully aware, interest rates remaining historically low at this point in time. Moving on to operational expenditure. Labour, we are almost $6 million below budget at this point in time, so it's a significant figure there. We have 143 vacancies across the organisation at the end of April. Materials and services, $2 million below budget. This is predominantly in the community development, tourism and facilities branch. Depreciation, $1.7 million below budget. This is, majority of this is around the Charlton Depot. So where the Charlton Depot has been fully capitalised at this stage, the depreciation hasn't been calculated. So that depreciation will be backdated to 1 July. Moving on to capital income, tracking to budget, with the exception of contributed assets. So we usually upload contributed assets at the end of the month and at the end of April, after all the revaluations have taken place. But at the end of April, we had a significant outage, so they weren't updated, but they are on track for that 12 million to be achieved the full financial year. And the highlight of our report, Council's capital expenditure to date is 113 million. That's against 191 million total revised budget for the year. I provided councillors with an updated report yesterday, and I've given an undertaking that I would provide those reports at fortnightly basis, because we have seen, as we expect this time of the year, project delivery certainly ramping up. There have been many challenges around the project during COVID. especially with them delaying the receipt of materials. So we have identified up to 30 weeks in some cases waiting for those materials to come in. They are coming in, and we are certainly seeing the delivery happening now. The wet and cold weather has impacted inability to put final seal on some projects, and we've also had challenges around filling long-term vacancies, which now have been addressed. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Just in relation to the pandemic response capital projects,
yes.
You made comment just before about materials and that sort of thing. This $50 million that was put aside by Council or added to our budget by Council was in response to the pandemic to try and stimulate our economy and keep the jobs flowing and the money flowing, keep our region vibrant. And only 15 of the $50 million has been spent to date. I just wondered if you could elaborate on what value, because this was all to be outsourced, none of it was to be delivered by Council. So I'm just wondering what value was actually outsourced that is still waiting on building supplies or whatever those delays may be.
So well in excess of 90% of that project has been delivered internally. Delivered in the local community. That was all to be outsourced, with just some project management, so looking after the tender documents, that sort of work internally. But that work has certainly been delivered externally, local community, as per the purpose of the project.
That's the 15 million, but
yes.
I'm just wondering how much has actually gone out as contracts to businesses in the community of that 50 million, how much, apart from the 15 million that's actually recorded in our budget, how much has actually gone out to businesses for them to be able to deliver it, so that we understand how much work's really been done on it?
Yeah, so I'd like to take that one on notice to provide a little bit more information, but I know the actual dollar figures in excess of 90% is external.
Yeah, that's the 15 million,
yes.
but I'm talking about
the 50.
The rest. The other 35, and understanding it's supposed to be over 2 years now instead of the one, which was the original intent. So above the 15 million, how much has actually been outsourced to businesses that they're just waiting on materials or whatever to deliver?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Happy to take that one on notice.
Okay. Further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the monthly performance statement, please? Councillor McDonald, seconder, please. Councillor McMahon, those in favour? It's carried.
Thank you.
We'll move on to group reports. We'll begin the journey there. Planning and Development.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Morning, Stuart.
Hi, Stuart.
I'll just touch on a couple of these items. The first one is where representatives from the group actually attended the inaugural annual Small Business Friendly Councils conference, and that was hosted by Queensland Government Small Business Commissioner. That was attended by councils as well as state government agencies that are relevant to business and economic development. The Regional Skills and Investment Strategy, which is a 2-year Queensland Government program of looking at putting into place, which they did here, they put an officer in, and we hosted the officer for 2 years, to assist small business and medium-sized businesses in terms of the training and sourcing of relevant skills. This has come to an end. It ended in April. There were some legacies from it. There were a couple of manuals, how to type training manuals for small business, particularly in the electrical industry and also in the aged care sector. So we have those, but we have copies of those manuals, but it's the role of state government to actually provide that to any small business. They made that clear to us recently. There's Toowoomba Futures. The Phase 1 community and stakeholder engagement was completed with the final Talking Towns Farmers Market drop-in session, which was held at the Cobb & Co Museum, which apparently provided really good feedback from non-traditional the regional architecture certainly has some statistics there, as does development services and development engineering and plumbing. I'll just point out that infrastructure charges notices, emphasis on notices, totalling $7.4 million were issued in the last month. So there's a fair likelihood that most of that will come in as it relates to land development and subdivision. Are there any questions, councillors?
Any questions for the GM? I did ask a question the other day, and it was reported in an unusual way about land availability and the quality of that land. I just wonder if it's appropriate that we at some stage saw the maps of all the land that's approved in this area, and I don't know whether you've seen it. I have seen it. I think it's well worthwhile seeing the land that's available for development right across the region so that we can get our heads around that. I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm quite happy. I'm in your hands in terms of whether you want to see it or whether you don't, but I certainly found it valuable to me to get an understanding of what was available. And, you know, and from a discussion like that can follow the extent of the priority infrastructure area.
That information certainly will be provided to councillors in the briefings that are coming up, particularly in terms of future land allocation, settlement pattern, where is growth going to take place in Toowoomba and across the region. So councillors will certainly have an opportunity to look at those maps and other data that's being produced by consultants and our own staff. So a lot of that mapping is actually being produced by our own people.
Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Just in the light of the comments last week and what Stuart has just said, is it possible, without offending any privacy provisions, I couldn't imagine that there are, because it's public, it's who owns what is public knowledge in terms of titles, office records, etc.
Yep.
But when you provide that information, could you indicate who owns what in terms of the available land for development? I don't mean every owner of land in Toowoomba, I mean we're talking about...
land within the PIA, for example, priority infrastructure area, or those areas that are zoned and just outside the PIA. And there's some of that. But certainly, and a number of those holdings, of course, are in the names of companies, but council is entitled to check ownership of companies as well. But we would keep that somewhat quiet. But we do check on ownership as part of the exercise.
It's a problem that doesn't go away, and I must say I'm not sure which way to look at, because when I hear your explanation, I agree with you, and then when I hear other explanations, I'm open to a different point of view. So,
yes, well, there are many versions of the truth in this one, and it depends on how you are looking at it and what you are judging to be developable land. And that's often a function of land value in and of itself. The more valuable the land, the more developable it normally is, because it becomes, you know, a thing about the margin. And also the term of ownership, the long-term ownership of land, actually starts to get into that economic concept of sunk investment and a whole range of things. So it's not a simple question, how much land is available for development. It's not a simple black and white answer. And hence, all the versions that are out there.
So if I might, Paul, in giving that report, will you be able to indicate what is developable?
It'll be discussed. We're going to workshop that with council. Yeah, yeah. We won't just be dumping a heap of information on you and expect you to assimilate that. We'll be working with you to make sure that there's clear understanding as to what it is that we're talking about when we say developable land, and at what stage it might be developable. Because the other factor, of course, is can we service it? Do we have capacity to service the land without having to sort of sink the ship in debt? Very critical elements, and of course the Treasury, Queensland Treasury is vitally interested in that aspect too, because that interest triggered in terms of where we draw the boundary of the priority infrastructure area, because that obligates council to roll out infrastructure.
Our ability to service means the provision of truck services.
Absolutely, yep.
Any further questions? If not, would someone move the receipt of the Planning Development Group report, please? Councillor Megan, Councillor Bill. Those in favour? It's carried.
Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, do you wish to break for lunch? It's right on 12. I have a commitment that I cannot avoid at 1:30, 1:40 in that bracket, and that will last a little while, so I may have to hand over the chair to Councillor McDonald at that point in time. Someone like to move?
Move to adjourn.
Councillor Carroll and...
Till, you want to give a time?
Sorry?
12:45?
12:45, is that okay? I mean, destined for, it's in there for 1 hour, but 3/4 an hour wouldn't be too bad.
Yep.
Seconded by Councillor Carroll and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour?
Yep.
Carried. Well, councillors, welcome back. We've rectified the issues that we need to rectify in terms of IT. So we'll reopen the meeting and we'll move to item 11.2 and Water Services report. Damien?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, just there at the combined total dam level, we're at 30.9 at the end of April. There was some rain in the first little bits of couple of weeks of May, as you may recall. The dams as of Friday were 31.2, so they've gone up 0.3%. So whilst it's very pleasant to see the rain, that's not a great deal of water in the catchment. The Perseverance pump station is being replaced, and I'm happy to say it's not fully online and commissioned yet, but if we had to run the Perseverance pump station, we could do so in manual mode, and we'll get the asset back operationally at the end of this month. That is a great thing to see. You can see the low lift pump on the right-hand side, which is there's two of those down in the tower at Perseverance, Mr Mayor, and then there's two high lift pumps. And they're basically 2 megawatts to get those pumps going. So there is a plan to go and get the councillors out to go and reopen that in the fullness of time, and that will be a very good thing to have back in our arsenal and a dam back online. Councillors, smart meters, the evaluation has been refined, offers have been carried out and preferred proponent selected, and contract negotiations are currently underway. In waste services, it's nice to see that they've got the tip shop at Client and Waste Management Facility, the first Tier 2 that council has rolled out, completed final fit out and was open to the public as of the 7th of May. That is a cashless site, so it's a swipe card only. And it's also very nice to see, Mr Mayor, that the bin station have been completed at Emu Creek, and the landfill remediations are well underway, Pilton, Brookstead and Quinalow. Mr Mayor.
Okay, questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Damien. Damien, just in regard to the dam spillway upgrade, I think it's the 4th dot point down, reviewing of acceptable flood capacity as part of the studies. Just correct me, is that we've got a standard of the dam spillway that we need to meet, and that's a capital project. But is this looking at the option of what water level we could get to without having to actually do the dam spillway upgrade? Is that what that enables you to do?
Essentially, we're running the ruler over that again to make sure that the calculations are still pertinent and relevant, and as part of the due process of that project, yes, we're recalculating that.
So, it could say that the dam spillway is suitable for up to 60% water load or whatever it might be in the dam. Is that the sort of information that could come back?
The assessment's going to come back with whether or not the current configuration still requires what level of intervention at both Kubi and at Crestbrook Dam spillways. So we'll present all that back and confirm that the project and the scope of the project, the scale of the project through subsequent council reports.
Thanks.
Can I ask, is this verifying the ANCOL calculations, or is it just for ourselves?
No, Mr Mayor, this is part of the project board, and the methodology is accordance to the guidelines. It's the inputs into the model. The model has never really changed. The guideline hasn't changed. It's the inputs into the model, i.e. that storms are more intense, more localised and heavier flow. So that's the inputs into the model have led to these spillway upgrades.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Damien. Damien, can you tell me how much water we pumped from Wivenhoe this water year and whether the pumps are currently running, please?
Councillor, we have not pumped any in the month of April because we had about 7 days left of pumping. So we would be at 9,900, something like that, megalitres. We just finished the sound barrier, soundproofing down at Wivenhoe, and we want to test the efficacy, the effectiveness of that sound barrier. And the balance of the Wivenhoe, I believe, was pumped last week. So we've brought up, my understanding is the 10 gigalitres that we intended to. And from 1 July, we'll start on the next water year. A water year is the same as the financial year.
So following up from that, if I could, given the access charge that we face from Ergon when we start up again in per month, would we wait until the 1st of July before we tested the sound barrier system?
We have installed the sound barrier. We left 7 days of pumping to do some preliminary tests. I haven't received the results of those tests. The team will still be looking at that. 1 July we'll be running the asset for the month of July, and we'll be taking more observations during July as well.
Okay, so we're not going to start it up just to test the sound barrier, which would be quite an expensive exercise.
Sorry, Councillor, we did start it up to test the sound barrier. I don't have the results of it. We had about 7 days of pumping that we kept in reserve for when we'd finished the sound barrier. So there was nothing lifted in April. We've lifted some in May. There was a small amount of time where we could do some observations on the effectiveness of the sound barrier. But really, running it for a full month will give us a much better data set. So from 1 July, we'll be observing it.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? No comments? Not. Is there someone there who wishes to remove the receipt of that report? Councillor Rebecca. Seconder, please. Councillor Nancy. Questions? Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks very much, Damien. Move then to item 9.3, the Infrastructure Committee report. Mike.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Sorry, wrong state. Yes, April was a pretty busy month. That it was punctuated with quite a number of public holidays and a little bit of wet weather. But that's always welcomed the rain. A lot of things happening across the region in delivery of the program. There's obviously a major focus, well, right through the year, but especially in the last quarter, trying to wrap projects up, and as we come into the cooler months, trying to get final seals and that completed on various roads. A question last week was at committee in regards to Bonjean Road, and yes, the final seals for all stages have been completed there, so just an update on that one. Further locally, Old Homebush Road rehabilitation project was practically completed in April. There's a bit of tidying up and a little bit of shoulder work to tidy up, I think. Yeah, we've had some very good feedback from local residents there, which was very pleasing as well. So in the main, everyone's pretty happy with that. A lot better than what it was. As the other photos show across from different parts of the region, lots of different projects in progress there or near completion. And even locally, Mackenzie Street, just a concrete footpath along the waterbird habitat area there. Obviously a lot of people walk through there, and a lot of providing and formalising a car parking area that's been there for many years. And just down the street, obviously Russell Street's probably in the focus eye on a daily basis for many people, so that project's progressing well as well. The flood recovery program, that's been ramping up over the last couple of months, and we're up to around about 10 crews across the region working on various aspects of that, and a lot of work now. We've outsourced the design for all the culvert replacements. There's nearly 35, 40, and then they'll go to contract. So they'll be fully outsourced as well, the construction of all those culverts. That's probably a quick wrap-up through you, Mr Mayor.
Questions for the GM? Councillor Megan and Councillor Nancy.
Mayor, nothing a scientific one. And a soil cell for the tree planting, Mike. How does that work? Is it like a cube of soil or something that you put in there? Is that, and then you plant the tree into that?
Yeah, it's actually a plastic structure that's constructed underneath that then a lot of soil materials go into, and then what they're doing there is at the moment backfilling around it, the soil cell. So that cover that's there is only a temporary cover over the top until we want to plant the actual tree. So that just gives you a picture of, that was probably about 1.5 metres deep, and it gets lined with the root barrier, and then obviously it's got a strata of pervious stone that goes into the very bottom, and then there's this structure which is a very strong plastic soil cell, because it needs to be able to take a certain amount of traffic loading. Not that the cells through here are actually under the median, but that said, there's nothing stopping from time to time something running up on the median. So the actual edges of the soil cell probably protrude out into the lane a little bit, so under the ground. So there's a lot goes into actually planting a tree. There's thousands of dollars of work just in what they're doing there per tree. Yeah.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. Hey Mike, I'm just wondering, the Highfields Library car park and roundabout, how long has that project taken, or will it take to complete?
Our works, as in the road element to the project, is all but finished. I think it's the end of this month. I think we're out of there. So it's probably been a good 6 months or so. So that was in the order of I think the best part of $4 million in that order of work. So there's been a lot to it, working with the traffic and managing, keeping part of the car park open whilst doing the other half and different things like that. But it's gone quite successfully, and it's actually under budget. So it's coming in quite well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. I probably am jumping the gun a little bit because you'll probably put this into next month's report, but I just thought it was worth noting today that Councillor Carol Taylor and myself donned our safety boots this morning, and we're out at Charlton Depot this morning to see the release of the new water tank fleet. And it was a really impressive morning because we got to meet Tim from Felco and his team, and also the team from WGT, Western Greater Trucks. Sorry. And it was just so interesting to note. It was such a great local procurement story because we met the team from Felco, and some of the apprentices were there, the team, and everything for those water trucks is made on site and constructed on site. Everything from the wiring to the welding to the engineering of it, and it was really incredibly exceptional work, and the teams were so proud of the work that they had done. So it's just a really great local procurement story that all that work is done in our region. And I also want to thank also the procurement team of TRC. They were there too, and they've done a great job, and Tim from Felco really congratulated the TRC team. So it was just a really great story all round this morning, and I was really proud to be there as part of the team. And I didn't do anything but rock up in my safety boots and my vest and hop in a truck and take a photo. but it was exceptional. So I just want to say thanks to everyone involved. Mike, it was really well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Any further questions? Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike. Just a quick question. I was councillor rotation at Kingsthorpe a month and a half ago, and there was quite a bit of community concern regarding the drainage. I know there was a fair bit of capital works this year put into that, and you've got some examples in your report of work that's been done in Kingsthorpe, but coupled with Councillor Melissa's petition this morning, which was also an issue that was brought up, I'm just wondering if you could outline to councillors the situation on drainage in Kingsthorpe. I know that's been an ongoing situation for quite a while. What council has done and is in the future to be done?
Yeah, I'll touch on it fairly briefly, and be happy to probably bring back probably a briefing to council and not to do some future on where Kingsthorpe's up to. But historically, Kingsthorpe itself was developed with under the previous Shire, no underground drainage whatsoever. So all the streets right through Kingsthorpe, and for that matter, little or no curb and channel. So it's up on a fairly steep hill, or relatively got good grade anyway, and the road pavements have always only been very thin. So it's probably been done on a shoestring budget, the whole town over its years. So we're back as a council in this day and age, retrofitting, trying to retrofit drainage in where it hasn't existed before, underground drainage, trying to, with our rehabilitation of the streets, strengthen a lot of the pavements, occasionally, where possible, a little bit of curb and channel. The newer subdivision on the what would be the eastern side of the hill, I suppose, Sunrise, I think it's Sunrise or Estate or something along those names. That went through council around 2010, thereabouts. So that's got some curb and channel now. That's got some, it's meeting more of the current requirements under our development and our planning schemes. That said, there's been quite a number of reports and that in the last, particularly the last 5 years on Kingsthorpe. We've invested a fair bit in underground drainage. There is a program and a plan to continue that through Kingsthorpe over a period of time. Could be quite a number of years pending budgets. But it's also then prioritising the critical elements of that versus some other criticalities across the region with our budgets, be it Toowoomba or be it other towns when we look at some of the drainage issues. And we're out, for example, just in Millmerran yesterday, Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Melissa Taylor, and I went through with them some conceptual plans to some significant, again, overland flow problems that we have through Millmerran and through the shopping centres there. So, look, it's ongoing. We're actually got planned, I've spoken briefly only to both Councillor Taylor's, probably of doing an evening. There was a request from the Mayor's office to do a presentation to the Kingsthorpe Progress Association on a lot of those matters a little while back, a month or two ago, a couple of months probably, and we're hoping the team's doing some preparation now to be out there in the next couple of months as well. So arrangements are being put in place to actually do a presentation and demonstrate to the community that a lot of work has been done, and I think some of that, and a lot of it has been previously presented to the community out there, but maybe it's time for an update.
Any further questions, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just on that topic of places like Kingsthorpe, but all of the country towns really, you mentioned a plan, and that can vary because of exigencies that arise elsewhere, no doubt. But is it possible to publicise the intentions of council with respect to ultimate progress in the sort of rectification that you talked about, or is that improved by raising false expectations? Perhaps? I don't know.
Yeah, probably 2 years ago or so, there was a group of petitions that came through council, probably through prior to the new council, of the urban stormwater management plans for all our, when I say all our towns, our major towns and villages. So that was presented to the council then, and look, it may be worthwhile a refresh on that to council. And at that time, there was a reasonable amount of media attention drawn to that and information provided. So it's probably, again, maybe a refresh of maybe something to council in the not too distant future to bring everyone up to speed and to so that you can see where we're placed as far as that. We also guesstimated the cost of all those things, and that was also indicated to council, and obviously it far outstripped any budget position that we could afford at this point in time. But in any case, it does indicate a bit of a direction forward.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to take this opportunity while we have the public watching. I'd actually endorse Councillor Melissa's comments this morning and like to say thank you to everyone as the councillor responsible for fleet and logistics, and actually particularly thank our procurement team who have worked very hard in that space under the leadership of Brenda Kelly, but also mention that those trucks, we've had those trucks before, and this new lot are an upgrade on those, some features that we haven't had before. So it's all fitted out locally, which I don't think we've got so many treasures, hidden companies here that are doing amazing things that perhaps we should feature them a little bit more often. I have to take this opportunity to mention that this is Road Safety Week, May the 16th to the 23rd, and road safety for all road users is Council's highest priority. This year's National Road Safety Week message is pledge to drive so others survive. So give your total attention to the road and surrounding conditions every time you set off on a journey. National Road Safety Week places the focus on collective and individual responsibilities as road users, whether we're pedestrians, cyclists, public transport passengers, motorcyclists or motorists. It's a shared responsibility, and tragically 1,200 lives were lost last year, 1,200 lives. So focus on the fatal 5, that's avoid driver distractions, especially mobile phones, which are high on the statistics these days. Avoid speeding, don't drive under the influence of drugs or alcohol, wear a seatbelt, and never drive when fatigued. Remember to avoid taking risks behind the wheels, as you not only endanger your life, but the lives of passengers, other motorists and other road users around you. Improving road safety theory and advocating for better road safety education are Council's top priorities through our infrastructure services area, and our Capital Works program invests in projects enhancing safety and improving traffic flow for all road users across our region's extensive road network, 6,591 kilometres of sealed and unsealed roads. Council applies for available road funding grants, including allocations under the federally funded Black Spot program, which delivers projects that reduce the incidence and severity of road traffic crashes, and we're very grateful for the support in that area. And we continue to implement measures from our Road Safety Strategy 2019 to 2023. Council works collaboratively with TMR around road safety and with our emergency services, and we thank them all for the work they do and perform around the clock to keep our community safe. So let's all reinforce our commitment to be safe on our roads every day. Thank you, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity.
Thanks, Carol. Any other comments? Someone like to move the receipt of the General Minister's report, the infrastructure report? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That's carried. Nick, over to you for the Environment and Community Services. Councillors, as I said, there's a minister in town for the opening of the new fire station complex, and at some moment in the not too distant future I'll vacate my seat. And Councillor McDonald.
Good afternoon, councillors, through you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, just briefly highlighting some points from the Group monthly report. Number of programs and services in the library services have recommenced, as we discussed the last time I was here. The community development team's been doing some work with an event revisioning workshop, which has been held across the region, aimed at helping our local organisations and community groups to conduct reviews and reimagine their events. So they've been very well attended, and I guess to put it bluntly, it's an attempt to wake up our communities and assist them with the recommencing of the events that they are so very good at doing and supporting them in that space. And I note in Parks and Recreation Services, our Queens Park Master Plan implementation, we'll be seeing a couple of projects there coming to completion in the next couple of months, being construction of amenities building at Vera La Cars and also at the Botanic Gardens, so there might be some disruptions in and around those works while they're occurring. But there's a couple of highlights, Mr Mayor, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thanks, Nick. My questions relate to page 1 of your report. So under Library and Cultural Services, the first 5 forever, it says that the Council's first 5 forever team will visit selected parks across the region 3 days per week. That's from May 17, so that's happening from now. And my question is, firstly, how does that 3 days per week relate to the pre-COVID numbers for that first 5 delivery of that program? And my second question is, little people who are under 5, it's going into winter and it's cold, and if they're active, it's all right for them to be outside, but if they're sitting still listening to stories, it's quite cold. And this service is going to be delivered in a park in each of these places. So was the weather considered in this announcement?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Rebecca. The program has run outdoors in the past. It's a feature, and they're very well supported. So I did ask the same question myself. What do we do if we get bad weather? We haven't lost many events to bad weather, and where we do, we look to bring them indoors. The COVID restrictions are a challenge for us in bringing people indoors, especially at our smaller regional libraries, where we still have to comply with the per square metre rules and so on and so forth. So this removes some of those restrictions. You're right, on a bitterly cold winter, windy day, it can be a bit difficult outside, but if we do get some quite lovely winter days too, it's a pleasure to be outside. So it's a bit of a balancing act there. In terms of the number of programs, I just need to double check with the team, but I think it's pretty consistent with where we were pre-COVID, but I'll just double check that with the team. Okay, thank you. And then a second, if I might, Mr Chair. Your focus groups that you referred to under the Library and Cultural Services, survey results show that opening hours, collections and programs are important to the communities and are areas that can be improved. Focus groups will be held in the week commencing May 24 to better understand expectations. Who makes up those focus groups? So the focus groups are open for expressions of interest and registration right now. I think that's been promoted through the media. So they're being held at various locations. There's also an online Zoom opportunity. So I encourage people to avail themselves of those opportunities. And the focus groups are aimed at delving a little bit deeper into that feedback that we receive through the surveys and understand a little bit better how to meet community needs. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? No questions?
Sorry, Mr
Councillor James and then Councillor Kerry. Sorry. You're happy to move it?
No,
happy to move the
Mr
report?
Mayor, I have a question.
You have a question?
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'd just like to check with Nick how the Parthenium eradication actions are going, and are the landowners working with us? And I know we've got there's an outbreak at Greenmount as well, so we'd be aware of that, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I'm sure we all realise that this is a weed we need to get, or we'll never get it, and we need to get it now. So, I guess I'm asking, I know we're doing what we can, I suppose, in our area, but are the landowners there working with us? Because you only have to have one who isn't, and your efforts have probably just been wasted. So,
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Look, I predicted this question, so I've come prepared with advice from the team. So we are working with landholders, like you said, to provide them with technical advice about methods for eradication and the best time, the seasonality, timeframes and windows of opportunity, etc. And we're assisting with the development of ongoing management plans for the landowners. We're also putting them, giving them lists of contractors if they need additional assistance. And so, given all of that, our officers tell me at the moment they're satisfied that there's a high level of compliance and treatment on private properties is being achieved. We're also mapping outbreaks and infestations and monitoring that so that we can go back and re-inspect, and in doing so too, we'll identify any new outbreaks if and as they're reported to us. So we're doing what we can.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I guess the real lot of landowners that don't realise the gravity of this situation, because we had friends up in Rockhampton. If you don't miss this opportunity, you never get it back. So,
and that's a good point. We are doing some media awareness as well.
Thank you.
Through our various channels, trying to target those. So,
thank you very much. Thanks.
Councillor Tim.
Oh, thanks, Chair. If I could just pick up on that, I think we did a press release about how we're looking after Parthenium. It was reported in, I think, Queensland Country Life, and I've had phone calls from far and wide, well wider than Toowoomba region, saying, well, it's here too. So I welcome our council's decision to eradicate it where we can, and I think transporting of crops in the dry season and cattle feed plays a big part to play in that. But I welcome the collaborative approach that we use with other councils, and our biosecurity will meet this Friday to look at the Parthenium as well. But I think we've got to continue to work with other councils and private landowners to get that under control, and I welcome it. As a comment, Chair, if I could just highlight, it was great to see the attendance at our Anzac Day services. 5,000 at Mothers, 4,000 at Drayton, and 5,000 at the rest of the regional Anzac Day services. And it's very good to see the younger generation involved there, and record numbers. And so I commend the work that was done, and I know we had uncertainty around COVID, but to see those events done at a high standard and well attended is great to see. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Anybody else? Councillor Bonhoff.
Thanks, Mayor. It's actually something that will come up in the next report, but I wanted to ask you about it, Nick, as well, because it's probably something that you are across, the mice plague. How are we as a local government working with the state and federal governments? I know that we're not as badly affected as some other places, but we are definitely affected, and we have been for some months. And I think the general wisdom is that cold weather might kill off some of the mice, but that hasn't happened to date. What are we doing as a local government, or is that more in the hands of the state and federal governments? Do you know?
I don't know there's a lot that we can do as a local government other than to provide advice. It's a challenge even for us at our own facilities. We've got troubles out at the Charlton depot. We've got mice affecting our nursery production at the moment, so
rats as well.
That's a bit of a challenge for us. So I know we're focused there. In terms of assisting more broadly, I'm not sure that is a space that we get too heavily involved in. No.
I know that they're poisoning, but I guess maybe that's the state government is doing that. Okay, thanks, Nick.
No, thanks. Any further questions? Councillor Kerry, look, if you don't mind, councillors, I better do what I've got to do. I'll hand over to Councillor Don. That's where we are. That's a program for the rest of you.
Oh, good, thanks.
Just
Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks. Just on that last point, firstly, about the mice poisoning. In my experience, they seem to become resistant to traditional bait. Is that true, or do you know if there's any new bait out that might solve problems?
No, I don't. I'm not a rodent expert. Sorry, Councillor Shine.
I just wanted to mention the two things. One was the officers who attend the pest management displays at the various shows, right from Millmerran to the last one out here at Crow's Nest. They do a great job. They're very patient and they're there all day, and I think they perform a valuable service to particularly farmers in those areas. Congratulate them for that.
Thank you.
And likewise, for the officers who set up and attended, in some instances, the early morning and the mid-morning services for Anzac Day. I went to Westbrook. Chronicle said to be there at 5, so everyone turned up at 5, but it was, of course, 5:30. But Ackland and Kingsthorpe, and it's a big ask for officers of the council on a public holiday to perform those functions. Everything went very smoothly. Thank you.
I'll pass that on. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Carroll?
Not questions, Mr Chair, but I have to mention something about the mice. The mice are just as bad in our region as they are anywhere else. And as far as the baits are concerned, I mean, they do kill them, but they're just such numbers. The rain has hit them back just a little bit, but they're starting to build up again now, and as you know, they really are just like carpets. But there's also rats around as well, so it's just a matter of trying to keep the bait up to them. And you know, I just saw some some articles in the I don't know whether it was in the Australian or whatever, that perhaps that it comes time where the other two levels of government need to take some sort of a lead, because they're not just, they're through everywhere. They're just right down into New South Wales and Victoria and all the way through, certainly the eastern side of Australia. So they're really just like a carpet down in our back shed, and you just seem to be buying these baits all the time. People have got them in their ceilings, and it's just terrible.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Nancy?
We just need to organise a message that we need some good rain followed by a very sharp frost, and it'll all be done.
The rain did knock them back a bit,
Okay, councillors, any other questions or comments regard to Environment Community Committee? No, not being. We have a moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Welcome to General Manager Anne-Marie for item number 11.5, Finance and Business. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Good afternoon, councillors. So lots happening in finance and business strategy at the moment, apart from the annual budget development. We have developed a new financial modelling tool to ensure the accuracy around our quarries and landfill sites rehabilitation. So council at the, it's great work. So council at the moment, we've got about $130 million in that provision, so one of the largest in the state. So we need to ensure it's as accurate as possible. The ICT team have been very busy with the major hardware fault on the 30th, mice, as we've just discussed, and a cyber incident as well. So very busy time for them. Obviously, the mice plague has now been identified as a risk in that area, and with mitigation measures put in. So anything that Nick and the team can come up with to get rid of the mice plague, we'll be onto that one. And moving on to the pod report, the LGW workers' compensation contribution, so a reduction in $140,000 on our premium. That, councillors, is on top of a reduction of $100,000 last year. So terrific work from the safety team there. It's a really good, great messaging. Our web chat, so we launched web chat in March, and we can see that up to 84 interactions in April, up from 66 in March, so that one is certainly taken off. We have a new measurement in there for the real estate agent portal in the financial services report. And if you just scroll up a bit, just the bottom, just back a bit, Wendy. So that's a new table that we're putting in, councillors, so we can track the effectiveness of this real estate agent portal. So we've started off with a really soft launch, but we've already had 410 hits. So we've starting our campaign now to direct as many of those inquiry calls and emails directly to the portal. So that one is working well at this stage. Local spend for the year, 122 million and 12 million in April. And on to the SIB report, we're in the final stages of the development of the 21-22 operational plan.
Thanks, thanks, Anne-Marie. Questions? Councillor Shine, then Councillor Rebecca.
More of a comment in a sense that the report in relation to the workers' compensation contribution rate decrease of 10%. That's great to see, both from a financial point of view, but more so because it reflects increase in safety, compliance and results. So congratulations to those involved.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Son. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. 2 questions, if I might. The first, Anne-Marie, thank you for your report. It's page 1. The stakeholder engagement and communication. First dot point there, the monthly performance activity relates to every drop still counts. And this is something that comes up quite often. We, on all of our branding, have every drop counts still. And can you explain why we did it in that sort of awkward language, every drop counts still, instead of every drop still counts?
No, I can't, but I'll take that one on. I'll take that one on notice.
It comes up. It's a comment that comes up a bit. The other one, Anne-Marie, is not specifically related, spelled out in your report, but when we've just come through a year of pandemic, and at all press conferences for the state government and Brisbane and many with Tom Tate down at Gold Coast and so forth, you'll always see an interpreter up next to the person speaking when there is a message that's being delivered that's important to the wider population. And we don't do that. Why is that? What's the reason behind that? Because to me it seems like something that we absolutely should be doing, and I would go so far as to say the perfect opportunity to start that is next month with the budget announcements that will be made.
Councillors, as you know, I'm very passionate about diversity and inclusion, and it's certainly something that I would agree, and I'm happy to take that one on notice and keep councillors informed.
Councillor Megan and Councillor Tim.
Well, I was going to bring up the every drop count still, because every time I see it, it drives me crazy. It's like,
Yeah, but
nails down a blackboard.
Maybe it's effective.
You do notice it. We're talking about it now too.
But I'll go to my last question first. It is about just your comment there about diversity and inclusion. So we used to have a diversity officer employed through POD, and just after the presentation from the people from Lifeline this morning, and we started to do a little bit of work around, well, the LGBTQA plus stuff and other things. So where are we at in that space, Anne-Marie? Anything?
Yes, so Council did have a diversity position. The position was restructured out of the organisation. ELT are extremely passionate about driving that change and influencing that change in the organisation, and this will be a key role of the new position that we are currently recruiting. The recruitment closes next Monday, the 24th, but as is something that we have really stressed that's very important to us as a leadership team, is to ensure that we are working with someone that is as passionate as we are about inclusiveness within the organisation.
Okay. Well, that was my other question, was how was the position for the manager of POD, where was that up to?
Closes on the 24th, and there has been a very good response.
Okay, yeah. And just further, if I can, Mr Chair, the feeding room, the breastfeeding room over there, is that being utilised?
I can follow up on that one, and certainly has been. I'm not sure with COVID restrictions, but it certainly has been available, but I'll confirm that and send an email.
I know that was one of the diversity officers' projects before she left. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Tim.
Oh, look, if I could just pick up on Councillor Von Hoff's question, that exact thing has been an issue that the RADAC committee has been dealing with, and there probably will be a motion at next general meeting if I can pass it by the disaster management crew first. So I agree totally and look forward to bringing it hopefully next month. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors, for Anne-Marie? I have just one, if I could. The innovation, great to see innovation around the quarries, but I just wondered, there's significant funds in there and obviously they need to have good oversight. when we look at rehabilitation, one of those areas that needs rehabilitation, and it's part of the legislative requirement to rehabilitate, is the Bridge Street Quarry. Our Bridge Street Quarry is one of those ones that we discuss at length in this forum and budget deliberations about funding for that, allocations for it. Is it something, and maybe it's a question on notice to you, Anne-Marie, would that actually be a funding source for the... we're out for a study now. There's money in, we're getting a study now. But when that comes back, that to me would be the source of funds to do the rehabilitation.
Yes.
Would that be correct?
That's correct. So what's happened is we've already, when you create a provision, there's a provision on the balance sheet, 130 million. When you create that provision, you recognise the expenditure. So when the expenditure then is actually incurred, it's the provision that's reduced.
Okay, right.
So that has this 3.5 million.
There's 3.5 million in there already for the Bridge Street Quarry.
That's correct.
But depending on what this study comes back, it may be more, maybe less. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Councillor
Mr
Carroll?
Chair, I was just saying that that's all, relevant, but we've also got landfills and quarries that need rehabilitating that haven't been done all over the region.
Yeah, just when that was in there as a
So how it's
innovative
prioritised,
idea
I suppose, is the interesting thing.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the funding source for that. Okay. Is there anything else, councillors, that you have for finance and business? If not, have someone move.
So, Mr Chair, can I just ask a question? Sorry to be late, but every drop still counts. Where are we with that? I mean, who decided that? Why don't we just stick with the every drop counts? It tells the story. I mean, really, I agree with Councillor Megan. It just drives me insane.
No, well, there's billboards all over the place with it on there. Every drop counts still at the moment. I don't know where that came from.
So where did it come from? That's what I'd like to know.
It came from... Sorry.
It is jarring. Yeah. It is. I mean, I've been sitting around this table since 2008, and before that, and our CEO would attest to this, that actually we were, as the Mayor of Canberra, we were involved in the education and a lot of wonderful work that Toowoomba City did around water conservation, every drop counts, going to the schools, all those sorts of things. So it's been around a long time. I'd say it's probably been around over 20 years, every drop counts. So why would we fool with it?
Well, I'm not sure that it was us, and I think Anne-Marie's said that she'll come back with some information on that. So for me, that's where we're at, and we'll get some information. Councillor Nancy.
Thanks. So perhaps it was a marketing strategy and it's working because everyone's talking about it.
Absolutely.
And that's what you want marketing, that's what you want strategies to do.
It's worked beautifully.
Absolutely.
I mean, it annoys me too, but it's got people talking, so.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, it's like the Bishop's billboard with the chickens on them. Anyone notice those?
Yeah.
I'd like to move that we accept the report, please, Mr Chair, and move on.
We've got a mover of Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Carl. Those in favour?
Thank you.
Motion's carried. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Councillors, we move now to item 12, which is the CEO report. Thanks, Brian.
Good afternoon, councillors. The Audit Committee recommendations from their March meeting were considered at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 20th of April, and Council at that point resolved to receive a report to this meeting today, which provides further detail, including timeframes on implementing the relevant recommendations of the Audit Committee. They've been listed out there in that table below, in numbers 1 to 7, with the recommendations and the actions and the action dates accordingly to those. So that's there for Council's information, and I'm happy to answer any questions in relation to any one of those particular items if you wish to.
Thanks, Brian.
Any further information?
Rebecca? Right.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the CEO, Tar Brian. Point 4, you say that that action's been completed because the matter's closed due to the inability to substantiate the allegation. Can you confirm that that's gone to the CCC and that's the outcome?
The referral, I'm not sure where the actual referral's gone to the CCC, but before you go to anyone, you've got to have some evidence in relation to that. And I understand to actually collect any evidence that gave any substance that a reasonable person would believe that there was some substance behind that evidence wasn't actually relevant or wasn't there.
Okay, just a supplementary. So that's a confirmation that it did not get referred to the CCC?
I can't give you that confirmation here. I'll just have to check that out to confirm that. I wouldn't like to mislead you, so I'll confirm that.
Question, Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Brian. Just a couple of questions, please, if I may. The first one, staff survey. It's not mentioned in your report. Can you give me an update on that, or give us an update on that, please? Where we're at with it, the progress.
Which particular part are you after?
Well, I just want to know where we're at with it and how it's progressing, and with the results that weren't favourable, where we're at with it and how we're progressing to make things better within the organisation.
Councillors, you recall, Council made a decision to appoint a consultant company called PKF that's going to be doing some work in relation to the reported incidents of bullying and sexual harassment in relation compared to those that were actually evident in the confidential audit. So I was speaking to that consultant yesterday in relation to that as well. The desktop information they need in relation to that will be collected this week, and the survey proper will be actually started next week with a 4-week timeline in relation to that. So at the moment we're just putting together all the collateral that's relevant to that. So all the survey results, the relevant statistics through our pod branch, the policies and procedures that we have in place, the responses that we've made over the last few years in relation to all of the staff surveys. So all of that's going to them at this point in time. And as you're aware, they will then do some interviews. Council gave specific instructions that we allow them an opportunity to talk to people who've departed the organisation as well. They're happy to do that, so that's happened. They'll come back to us with some, after they've got all that desktop information, with anything further that they think we need to do in relation to ensuring they get a complete picture so that they can make some comprehensive recommendations for Council's consideration. So all of that will come back to Council at the conclusion of that particular exercise.
So from a timing perspective,
I was just about to ask that.
So we're talking 4 weeks?
About four weeks, probably.
Okay.
From here.
So we should have, we may not have conclusive evidence, but we will have an update by the next CEO's report.
Oh, hopefully. I'll definitely be able to give you an update by then. That'll be another month from now. Yes. Definitely.
Thank you. And secondary, if I may. Thank you. As per an email I sent to you, Brian, on the 4th of this month, requesting a report in your monthly report on the status of the SDS branch. I didn't see it in this report. Can you give us an update of where we're at with that? Because the decision has been made to have this branch in the organisation, and I just want to know where we're at with it and the progress on that.
There's nothing further to report in relation to the outcome of that until the staff consultation. So the process was we go out to consultation with the staff. That's happening at this point in time. Then that comes back for Council's consideration. So it'll probably be the next Council meeting. You'll have that information to hand.
Okay. Can you just pop that in the report going forward? That'd be great.
Yep, no worries.
Thank you.
It might actually be a bit further than that. It might actually be a report by then, perhaps.
A written report. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other more questions? Councillor Nancy and then Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Brian. I'd be really keen to see the Service Delivery and Sustainability Branch report regularly, given that it was a 5 vote against the branch being installed. I think it's important that we do actually get that to ensure that it's heading in the best direction for the best outcomes for our organisation and for our communities. But Brian, I just wanted to touch base. Last month I asked about annual reviews and whether they were all up to date or not. And we're now all aware that yours hasn't been done since your contract was renewed, which is 25 months. I'm just wondering if yours hasn't been done, have you had an opportunity to look at this register or whatever it is that ensures that everyone's reviews are done?
There's two different processes. The ones for the CEO is done through at the elected representative level. All of the others are done through my excuse me, are done through my a process where we have where that information goes out on a regular basis to all of the managers about where their progress is on their performance reviews, and that information comes back on a regular basis to the managers and the general managers. So we used to, and this came up when you I think when we were talking the other day in relation to the operational plan. We used to report on that within the operational plan some years ago, but we thought that was too operational level at that particular point in time, but we do keep a track of all that information.
Okay, thank you. So yours will be done in due time. Looking at you, Councillor McDonald, as the Deputy Mayor, who will be on the panel?
I haven't got a date that it's on, but I know that it's scheduled for the next little while, so I haven't got a date in my diary though.
Thank you.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the CEO. In relation to what Councillor Taylor was saying just previously with the investigation into council's culture, we've talked at length about the importance of calling for inviting submissions from current staff and also previous staff, because for some people who've had an issue with bullying or harassment or sexual harassment, it's easier for them to leave than it is to raise the issue. How are we making it public that those submissions from previous staff and current staff are invited and they should be in touch with council?
I don't think it's. I think it's too much of a scattergun approach to go public to do that. I think you'd be better finding out people who've actually departed the organisation, providing that information to the consultant, and then they could ask the question if that person would be willing to like that to provide that feedback. I've given feedback to people who have left the organisation in recent times if they'd be happy to participate. Some of them have indicated that they would be. But I think there's not much point in going out and doing a public advertisement campaign when we've actually got that information collected as to we know who has left the organisation. So I think you're better off doing something more targeted with those. And I discussed that with the consultant yesterday about what would be the best way to do that, and that they'll give us some advice, I think, about the best way to communicate with those people.
Yeah, as long as past staff know that they can put forward a submission of their experiences and it will be taken into consideration by these consultants.
Yeah, I think that's valid.
Any other questions for the CEO? If there being no other questions, can we move that the Chief Executive of the monthly report be received? Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Megan. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Item number 14, councillors. Any other items of general business? Item 14. No other general business. We move to item 15, which is the closing of the meeting to the public. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried. watching at home, thank you for hanging in there. Good afternoon.